Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. This brings us to number 5, approval of consent items. So the March 15th, 2023 regular meeting minutes are attached, as is the April 10th, 2023 special meeting election canvassing. So any questions about those? Okay. 5B, Treasurer's Report. Susan?
We have the Chase cash account, which started at the beginning of the month with $39,224.39, and ended the month with $41,049.10. That's due to having some voids and reissues out of the Community State Bank cash account. In the Community State Bank cash account, we had $350,470.72 in the beginning of the month, $462,329.69 at the end of the month. Community State Bank credit card account started out the month with $23,844.75, ended the month with $15,816.59. The Capital Improvement Trust Fund started and ended the month with $1,000. Petty cash started and ended the month with $500. The cash with the fiscal agent, which is our PMA WISC account, that's the referendum funds, started out the beginning of the month with $20,337,090.12, ended the month with $18,274,704.52. The local government investment pool started out the month with $494,691.43, ended the month with $2,167,820.13, for a grand asset total at the beginning of the month, $24,246,821.41, ending the month with $20,963,220.03. Any questions?
Susan? So we'll move to 5C, accounts payable bills.
The checks were run from March 8th, 2023 to April 12th, 2023. Check numbers 101599 to 101697. Wire transfers number 202200204 to 202200231 for a total amount of $2,650,236,1,042,000, and that's to Associated Trust for the 2023 defeasance, potentially saving the district over $700,000 in future interest payments. That was approved at a previous board meeting. We're at the tail end of the ESSER funds, and we will have them depleted before the end of the year. Any questions?
A couple of specific checks that were written out. The WPS General Fund / Health Insurance Adjustment, $88,651 off the top of your head. You know what
WPS is our health insurance,
Okay.
so that would be,
Shows up as an adjustment, which is unusual, I think. Maybe not.
it might have been a void and reissue. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Maybe you can check on it and get back to us.
I could.
Okay. All right, thanks. And then the Chromebooks, that $23,285, obviously that's a positive thing, but was that something that we had planned on all year long, or?
The Chromebooks are actually purchased out of the remaining ESSER funds, and that's a new purchase every year for the incoming sixth graders, so that we rotate. So we are on a rotation basis to replenish the Chromebooks.
Okay, good. All right. All right, excellent. And this McKinney-Vento, I see the checks coming through for $2,400 in January, $1,600 in February. Have we been able to rectify anything with that issue, or is it still does it still sit where it sat last month?
It still sits where it's at. Kenosha has not contacted us.
Okay. So we'll continue to have these bills monthly.
Yes, we are required by law to pay anything under McKinney-Vento.
Okay. All right, that's the only questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. 5D, no personnel hires, resignations, or leaves. With that said, I will make a motion to approve tonight's consent items, seeking a second. All right, any last minute discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. This moves us to number 6, President's Report. Closing words, Sue?
Well, I sent my emails to everybody. Never been good at that. 4 years and I'm still struggling. I just want to say thank you, thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure to have done many, many, many wonderful things with wonderful people. I don't want to cry. Just thank you. It's been wonderful. I remember starting out with this to where we started, which was really a difficult place for Bristol, to where we are today, and with new board members coming and being with their fresh ideas and determination and just keep Bristol going great and do the wonderful things you've been doing, and just know that I'll be around. But thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. It's been a pleasure. So we haven't agreed on everything, but definitely want to thank you for your community service. So done some great things. Greatly appreciate it.
Good and bad. That's what makes this board wonderful, is we all don't think the same. We all see different sides of everything, which is how it should be. So at the end of the day, we disagree, but we still respect each other. So thank you.
All right, 6B, board workshop. So I know we talked about this previous meetings. So we talked Wednesday, May 10th. We have yet to set a time. I think we could do that now. Jack can kind of chime in here. He did mention when I was talking with him, Cheryl, the woman, I can't remember the guy's name. It was down to two people. But after talking with Ben Niehaus, between Jack and Ben, kind of felt Cheryl was going to be the better fit for what we want to accomplish. So I'll just let Jack say a few things too.
Yeah, sure. So I did talk to Ben, and after we had our discussion as a board, we had talked a little bit about going a little bit more in depth than some of our kind of surface level discussions that we had in the past. I ended up talking with Cheryl for almost 2 hours, just going through some different things and looking for different agenda items. I know that some of you had some ideas as well, but she really is a more of a I don't know if strategic planning is the right word, but more of a in-depth conflict resolution type of facilitator, which I thought was really good for us to maybe work through some of the things that we've been talking about lately, and then kind of, I don't want to say part ways, but maybe go a little bit different direction than what George has taken us in the last few years, as far as maybe some of the more surface level type of conversation. So I think Cheryl would be the best fit for that. And she is available May 10th.
Thanks, Jack. So do we want to schedule a time? I know Corey's not here, but she did say May 10th does work for her. So any time that day is already did.
The only other thing that I would mention is further down on the agenda in 9A, we also have a first reading workshop for Neola for our new policies. Gene and I are going to meet with Steve the first week in May, the May 3rd. If we could if you guys are up for it, I guess we could double dip on that May 10th and start a little earlier, so we wouldn't have to meet twice, but I'll leave that up to you guys.
Yeah, and I think Cheryl has to go to Chippewa Falls the next day, or is leaving after our board meeting to go to Chippewa Falls, so I'm not sure what everybody, how early. Me, 1? Six. Okay. Six is as early as you can go. Okay. So it's planned for 6. Tentatively, I'll just reach out with Corey and
On the 10th,
on the 10th.
were we planning on double dipping?
Yeah, because it's the first reading, so we get the updated policy ahead of time. You might have said this, how many, it's just, sorry, I don't have it pulled up here. How many different policies is it?
I haven't seen the update yet from Steve, so
I have
Okay.
it printed off in the office, but I have to really gone through this to us how many there are.
I mean, it's basically, we just kind of look through it real,
Yeah,
not really fast, but we don't read everything word for word.
right, and I'll have, when I meet with Steve, he usually gives us like a bulleted breakdown, which are kind of the high points. I'll go through that with you guys, and then usually what I'll do is then you'll have the copies of the policies, and then when we come back on the 17th, I believe, is our next regular board meeting, then it's expected for you guys to look through those between the first reading, and then that would take action on that on the 17th. Or if there's any further questions, obviously, we can answer it during that time.
So that's tentatively planned for 6. We could do earlier. Good for Cheryl, since she's gonna drive.
25, yeah. 25 policies out there.
A lot of changes in each are just,
I think it's just.
Most of it is usually definitions and wording. I know that there's usually 2 or 3 big ones that I just don't know because we haven't met with Steve yet, so I'll get the lowdown from him. On May 3rd is when we're planning on meeting with him.
So 6C, just something to put on your radar. We can discuss this a little bit later. Just discussion from previous meetings, maybe some agenda format changes, such as, we've brought up before, moving closed session at the beginning of the meeting, just depending on what that is. So you guys had seen my email, I think from a week or 2 ago, regarding last month's meeting. Something I've noticed on several other agendas is we could add new business. I think it used to be on there, and then basically that is your agenda items, requests. So we would get to that part and be like, okay, is there something we want to look at for next month's meeting? Board members can add those to as for future agenda items. Okay. And then the other one is just possibly looking at the change in time of meeting. We've looked around, or I've looked around some school districts, they start as early as 4. I'm not saying we have to do that, but depending on everybody's schedule, and actually Danielle had kind of, when we met for onboarding on Monday, about, she's like, I can meet at 4 p.m. if we need to, and I can't remember, I think Jack or somebody was like, well, I think that's what Central does, or it's around there. So just kind of something to keep in mind if it works in the board's schedule. So any quick thoughts on any of that stuff?
Just a little thought. Do the times kind of coordinate with people that are working that might want to attend that can't. You know, I don't know. Say, just because I work a 9-to-5 job, so it's very hard for me to do something at 4. So I want the same consideration to community in case they want to come.
Yeah, and that was one of the concerns too, so. But, plus we have to. Yeah, I mean, and the other thing was kind of look at like our administration who is here for the meetings, you know, some of them, they stay here because they drive a longer distance, so now we don't have these big gaps in between. You know, there's all kinds of different things. I'm not saying we have to do it, it was just an idea, so something to talk about, so.
So I guess something about the future, I would just mirror what Sue says. I think that, you know, if anything, we want to get more community involved, and we've got to get out into the community more. I think our referendum proves that, and I would highly suggest that we keep the meetings at 6 o'clock due to that factor. But again, we can discuss it further at a later date.
Does anybody have, I guess we could, the suggestion was made that we could do, because we have such usually important and heavy topics for closed session at the end of the night, the conversation was just to maybe do closed session to start the meeting and then move into the regular board meeting. I'm not sure what that means for time, but also something to think about.
We can close session earlier and start the meeting at 6 o'clock, if it's still long. What's too much? Closed session?
As a thought.
It works for me, but obviously that's a board decision, so
It's
I don't,
something
I mean.
to talk about future.
Yeah.
I think it also gives us a little bit of a, it gives us that hard stop time. And I know that, John Gendron over at Central put that in a while ago. And what they do is if they don't get to a specific agenda item, then they could either meet again after the regular meeting or push it to the next month. So I know it keeps everybody kind of moving through that closed session. So, and I know just me personally, at the end of the night, you're tired. So just a thought.
At that point too. Thanks. All right. Number 7, district reports. So 7A, district administrator report.
Yeah, well, I'll go pretty quick here today. I just wanted to give a couple quick celebrations, a couple shout outs. Forward testing. Close? We're getting close. It's been all hands on deck. We've got lots of different people helping out doing makeups. So just wanted to give everybody in the school community a shout out for that. It's always a little bit stressful time of year. So congratulations to Carrie and the staff for getting close to finishing up. The last part, the other part of the celebration is I want to just thank our staff and also parents who are utilizing the new drop-off and pick-off procedures. They have really, honestly, I was shocked, to be completely honest, as how well it went. We call them the Sturridge doors, I guess, down by Mrs. Sturridge's room, the 5th grade wing there, and parents have adjusted. The only little hiccup that we've had the last couple weeks is that track started, so we're asking everybody to come back out the 45 way and disobey the exit signs so they don't go through the service drive where really is our only piece of hardscape for our track team to practice on. So again, staff made that adjustment, and I'm very thankful for that. Something to actually look for in the future, maybe, as how we do those things. But as gone as well as it possibly can so far. Along those same lines, our building project, as you can see, the fences are up, the foundations are poured. So we are excited. It's a little noisy at times. Some goofy music choices out of the construction guys once in a while. But other than that, it's really cool to see the progress, and they will continue to work on those 2 exterior parts of the building as well. And then lastly, for my report today, I just wanted to show you guys a program we were working on for our strategic plan. Can give us an update. And it's more of a, I guess you would call it a workbook, or, yeah.
What you guys have actually linked in your agenda, I'm not gonna present this, okay?
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's actually already linked in the agenda, is we're using a portal called Title I Tools. Title I Tools is built specifically to allow school districts to submit, review, report, and have ongoing multiple way communication regarding progress within staff, specifically for comprehensive needs assessments, CNAs, or SIPs, strategic improvement plans, or a strategic plan. So right there what you have is just a PDF of one sheet of what one objective with one goal, with one objective, with one strategy includes. But if you look on the bottom, you can actually assign a person to a strategy. You can attach budget items, you can attach a progress, and then you can require notes on progress. So it will all include it in there, and then it'll spit it out as a PDF or as a Word document. I worked with this portal about 4 or 5 years ago, and when this came up, I'm like, this would be very beneficial for us. We can create accounts for leadership and administrative assistants. They log in. They can not have to override each other's comments, not have to worry about color coordinating or anything like that. It has the functionality built in. So when I demoed it to Jack and the leadership team, they were all on board. And then again, at the end, Jack will be able to access the PDF and then discuss that with the board and provide updates as needed, which is really nice.
Unless you guys have questions.
Thank you, Ale. Thank you, Jack. 7B, principal report. So, Ms. Houston's.
It's just me. Okay, I'm excited to share the recommendation for our Bristol School Literacy adoption. It's been a very long process, and I'd also like to invite some staff members to share a little bit of information periodically, so they may be popping up to the podium, or if you guys feel more comfortable, you can stand at the podium so that you're mic'd as we go through it. So to give you a little bit of information, why, and my internet is very slow, so it's not populating through here. I apologize. There it is. Okay, so why now? Why is it important that we go through this literacy adoption? Well, first and foremost, not first and foremost, I guess one of the big reasons is that our current resource is on the naughty list, which it was in state legislation earlier this year. It was one of the, Journeys was one of the curriculum resources that they said that they were looking to give districts funds for to get rid of because it was not performing very well. Secondly, though, Journeys and our middle school curriculum collections is very, very outdated. How long did we have Journeys for?
The second adoption, I would say we've had for probably 8 years, and then we had the previous edition of Journeys prior to that, and that was in existence when I joined in 2011.
So we've had the resource for a very long time. And with that, the outdated resources too, that means that each time you adopt a resource, it comes with online tools and things like that. And obviously, as you know, with technology changing, those tools change over time. And so that technology and those supports become obsolete and oftentimes sunset, which the support for Journeys has actually sunsetted as of the end of this school year. So we will no longer have any online access. For collections, how long did we have
Yeah,
that?
so we got that my second year here, so 9 years ago. We
Yeah.
got collections.
The typical adoption cycle for any curriculum resource is 6 years. That's the standard. And so that just to kind of give a little bit of perspective with that. Something that we've been discussing here as well is that our ELA scores on Forward are not where we want them to be. While in the last couple of years we've seen some growth, they're still lower than they were pre-COVID. And so we want to look at resources that are going to help bolster those scores. So to give you a little bit of background of the selection process, we began reviewing multiple resources last January of 2022. Just really looking at several different things, bringing them in for groups to look at. Then starting in the summer, I gathered an early literacy team, and we participated and are continuing to participate in an early literacy academy that's going on. Throughout the year, we've gone to several different sessions, and starting at the beginning of this school, we started pilots. We did a pilot of Amplify CKLA, which is a K through 5 curriculum, and we did Amplify ELA, which is 6 through 8, and we did a Wonders pilot, which is grades K through 5. So various teachers throughout the building piloted. In February, we worked very closely with our CISA partner, the consultant for CISA 6, who's been supporting the Early Literacy Academy, and she worked with a group of us to develop the evaluation tool. Kathleen, do you want to speak a little to that?
Sure. First off, hi, I'm Kathleen Dopich. I'm the reading specialist. Yes, we spent an entire day working with our CISA 6 consultant, and I actually brought it if you wanted to look. But we ended up creating a really nice in-depth document which would really help guide the process of selection. So it wasn't based upon, oh, these pictures seem like they'd be attractive to kids, or I like these stories, or there's a lot of online components. We really went really in depth with usefulness for teachers, student engagement. We really dove into foundational skills, which we actually added quite a bit to the foundational skills section, because we know that that is something that we need to improve upon here at Bristol. That's been a need. We've made some really nice gains, but we really need to bolster that even more so. So we actually added a lot to that. Another big need that we know is here at Bristol is our writing component. We do a decent job. We can certainly do better. And Journeys was definitely a detriment to that. What I think we have done and been able to accomplish through the years is a huge credit to our teachers and what we've been able to do ourselves, because Journeys definitely did not provide that. So we really added a lot as well to that writing section. That wasn't even in the original CISA document. So we spent an entire day, and then at the staff meeting went over that as well and shared that with teachers. So again, I mean, it was a lot for the teachers who did the pilot to go through this, but again, having very specific look-fors ended up being a very effective way to be able to honestly evaluate, is this going to be a highly effective curriculum for us to use as a resource. Again, it's a resource. We're learning about lots of best practices and high leverage strategies and what should be involved in daily and weekly lessons. That being said, it's easier to have all that occur if it is embedded in the resource that we adopt. Wonders overwhelmingly came up as a very, very, very strong candidate and a strong instructional resource to use.
All right, thank you. We can probably do questions at the end. Yeah. For some reason, I'm not able to connect to the projectors, so I'm not sure what's. You guys should have copies of this. I did add a few additional slides in though, so I don't know. You want to share them with me? Yeah, let me see if you can get it better. Pause. Uh-huh. I'm turning the Wi-Fi on and off. Okay. So once the team, and now it's taking a minute, once the team had an opportunity to fill out those forms, the literacy team got together and reviewed all of the data from those forms, and we came to consensus based on that data. And it is still acting funky, so. So the resources that we reviewed, we'll go through them, and unfortunately I won't be able to project it on the screen at this time. I will try to share it with you, Ali, in a minute. We went through Wit and Wisdom, which is from Great Minds, the publisher Great Minds. We didn't spend a lot of time on this resource, and we had some pros and cons. First, it was aligned to current research, but that one required an additional purchase of foundational skills resources and an additional purchase of text sets, so very much a la carte. So we took that one off the table pretty early on. Another one that we dug into a little bit was called Into Reading and Into Literature. This was a pretty solid resource. It did integrate a lot of best practices and research from current science of reading practices. However, the cost compared to other resources that were very similar, it was higher, and we were able to get a little bit more bang for our buck with other resources. So while it was a solid resource, there were some more cost-effective options. Amplify offered two resources, one CKLA at the elementary level and Amplify ELA. CKLA was one that we piloted. And so I'll let Kristen talk a little bit about the pros and cons of Amplify CKLA and kind of why we went away from that as a resource.
Hi, I'm Kristen Monday. I'm the 4th grade special education teacher. So I had the unique experience to pilot not only CKLA but Wonders. So I worked with Liz Wolf and we piloted the 4th grade CKLA program. I know K through 2 really enjoyed part of the program. The foundational skills were very solid, and that was something that they really liked. However, when it got to the stories or the knowledge portion of CKLA, it was not as strong as some other programs. And we discovered that was the case in 4th grade. So in 4th grade, we had definitely issues. There wasn't a routine with high leverage routines in place for building on word study or morphology, or even just weekly spelling and focusing on spelling skills. The spelling was very random. And then the stories themselves were, for at least units, the first 2 units that we worked on were all nonfiction. It was very hard for our students to access a lot of the information, so we had to build a lot of prior knowledge and add a lot of time and just resources before we could even dive into the lesson. The lessons are very long, and so student engagement was definitely an issue with CKLA, at least at the 4th grade level, and even some of the other levels experienced the same issues. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that was the biggest concerns that we had coming from 4th grade and elementary.
And then for Amplify ELA, which is the choice that we would like to move forward with for the middle school, I'll let Jill McDonald, who's our 8th grade ELA teacher, share a little bit about the pros and cons that we found with that and kind of the big reasons why we would like to move forward with this choice.
Hello. So I love Amplify. I have to say I've never been a fan of a boxed curriculum until I started working with Amplify. It teaches exactly like I teach. Previous curriculum, I would have to make my own organizers and things like that.
Pause you too. She's a national board certified teacher, so she knows her stuff.
Trained.
Mhm, she's trained.
Yes. So I would go to make an organizer, and this time Amplify had it. I mean, seriously, everything that I would go to do on my own was already part of Amplify. So I will say that at the very beginning of the year, there were some complaints because it is very rigorous, and 8th graders are not, sometimes they don't love to do a lot of work, right? So it was a little challenge at the beginning coming from what we had previously in 7th grade, like our collections, to Amplify. It was a big jump for them. But it has been, I completely feel that these 8th graders are ready for high school. There is a ton of writing in it. They write almost every single day. When it's bigger pieces, right now we're writing a research paper, and they are step by step going through each part of the process, and I can check in with them each time. So their essays are looking great right now. And it's been a little bit of a change where some of their assessments were probably lower than they expected their scores to be at the very beginning of the year, but now they're totally getting it. It also introduced them to some of the classic texts, like they will read Romeo and Juliet in high school, and they did just a few of the select scenes right now. So introducing them to Shakespearean language, which was very foreign to them, now they'll be ready for high school. I even have kids running around reciting the prologue to Romeo and Juliet. We also did Frankenstein, but as a graphic novel. So again, they will most likely read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein in high school, but this was a more appropriate text for them to be introduced to that. So there's just been some great things, like stories and whatnot within it. The writing is there. It does differentiate for our ELL students and our special ed students. So I have nothing but good things to say about Amplify for the middle school.
Oh, I have lost. Okay, this is going to be weird. Okay. All right. Then our next resource that we would like to move forward with is the Wonders K through 5 resource. And so I will let Kathleen and Kristen speak a little to the pros and cons of that resource and what we liked most about it.
Issues or topics that came up with the Amplify CKLA is that in our primary grades, the teachers really did like the skills portion, which was those foundational skills. It was very strong as far as that went. It was that knowledge portion that was really lacking and just really wasn't a fit. The Wonders, we have found, is really based on the science of reading. It has all the things that we're talking about in our Literacy Academy embedded in the lessons. It has, not only does it have those strong foundational skills, but it also, the actual texts themselves and getting the text into students' hands. There was a big delay in Amplify CKLA in getting actual text in students' hands. That was definitely a big complaint. We want students to read. We want them to have texts in their hands and reading. There's a big delay with that. We don't have that with Wonders. It has a lot of decodables at the primary grades, which again, current research in the science of reading, that is a recommendation. We've really kind of known that all along. We didn't really need science of reading to tell us that, but it is definitely there now. It also seems to be much more natural for the teachers. They feel much more comfortable with it, and they like it much better. So when they're feeling comfortable with this, they're going to be more effective in the actual instruction.
So, excuse me, so the Wonders program for 4th grade is set up around 2-week lessons, and so they're based on text sets. So we have 3 different stories we read each week, and each story, or for the total of 2 weeks, and each story has the same vocabulary. So we're working on 10 essential vocabulary words for 2 weeks, and then we get new spelling words every week that's focused on a specific spelling skill. So we really love that change coming from CKLA. The program also has the high leverage routines like the interactive writing. We do a lot of, we do the paired reading and the read aloud, interactive read aloud. They have an anchor text And then we do a shared reading too. So it really covers all the bases. The writing, compared to our experience with CKLA, was a lot more frequent, and we're writing more now. So that's a big plus for us in the 4th grade. And yeah, we're just really enjoying it, and the kids are really more excited when they get, when it's time for ELA. We really, see a difference in their engagement, which is really important.
Thank you so much.
One more additional thing, just the negative, the daunting amount of resources. There are a lot of resources available, which is a good and a bad thing. That being said, we spent our last in-service day actually talking about the essentials that really are needed for most effective literacy instruction. And then we allowed the teachers time to start digging into the Wonders materials and really looking for those so that they can kind of focus in and not be completely overwhelmed by the amount of resources.
We're really hoping that you guys approve Wonders, because we're already digging in.
Can I say one more thing? So one more thing. So this is my first year teaching 8th grade, and when I had the students take the map test, we didn't even take it in the fall. We took it in the spring last year, so 7th grade. So we didn't have that like summer slide kind of lower score. And I have never seen my scores jump as much as they did from spring to winter. I mean, across the board, huge jumps. Our high kids, our lower kids, huge, huge gains in their map score. So that to me also already shows me that it is working wonders.
And that is probably the most important piece of it all.
There, you get that?
It's working Wonders.
Well done.
All right, so this is the one that you guys probably want to see as well, is the 6-year adoption cost. So we would be looking at a 6-year adoption. I put together the various numbers for the different resources that we reviewed. The second option there is the combination of Wonders and Amplify ELA. The $201,752 would be the full 6-year adoption cost. That includes all student teacher online licenses, any textbooks, consumables, professional learning for that entire 6-year period. So looking at some of the other options, and then even looking at the previous 6-year literacy resource cost, we're actually coming in a little bit lower than we were. And that resource cost for the previous 6 years is because we had to supplement a lot for our previous curriculum, just that we didn't have all the consumables that we needed. So this is everything kind of at one-stop shop there. So I am recommending to the board that you approve the 6-year adoption of Wonders in grades K-5 and Amplify ELA in grades 6 through 8, with the total cost of those materials being $201,752. Any questions?
So, as long as we have you here, this is definitely not my forte. But I want to learn as much as I can over the next 2 years about this, because obviously student achievement is what we should be talking about day in and day out as a board, quite honestly. So I love that you're saying that this is driving the kids to be high school ready, and I guess college ready then after that, correct? Also, I love that you're saying that you've seen this pop in math scores. Carrie put together a goal for the strategic plan that's hitting that 80% of the kids are going to hit their growth goal over the next 3 years. Can you commit to that?
We will commit to doing our absolute best.
Okay, excellent.
Good
All right,
answer.
all right. But with what you've seen, obviously you're seeing improvement,
Yes, I
and
think
you're excited about that.
definitely
Yeah.
that Amplify ELA has been piloted for longer, so we were able to see more growth scores and things like that in the upper grades. We did do the Amplify in the CKLA in the lower grades. We did not see that growth. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that Amplify actually began as a middle school curriculum, and then they added the elementary. So it kind of would make sense that if that was your main focus, that was your first, big thing, your first project that you're really working on, it would maybe be a little stronger.
Right.
We did not see that kind of growth with the Amplify, which made it that much more important for us to, or sorry,
Right,
in the
right.
CKLA.
I understand. Right.
So it made it that much more important for us to pilot another resource.
Right.
So we haven't had the length of time as far as a trial goes, but we definitely have seen much increased student engagement with the Wonders versus the CKLA.
Right.
And again, the teachers like it much better, and it did pass our evaluation tool with
Right.
flying colors.
Right. So I'm just curious, not going to affect my vote, but does Wonders have a 6 to 8?
The company, the publisher, McGraw-Hill, offers another resource called StudySync. We did look at that. While it's made by the same company, the alignment, they're basically different programs. We were not impressed with StudySync. We had a teacher use it in a previous district and just shared some negative feedback, and I believe when you saw it, you were not impressed.
It's a lot of very cheesy videos that the kids have to watch a lot. So it's not, and it's not as rigorous. Like, we have very high achieving students here at Bristol to begin with. So the rigor of Amplify, it like outweighs any other program we've looked at as a middle school.
Right. And I guess, and I'm not sure what the analogy is, but I guess if we go from Wonders to Amplify, I mean, that's not like going from Windows to Apple, or it's not going to throw the kids from 5th grade to 6th grade
No,
in
there's
any
often a
poor
change in
fashion.
curriculum anyways at that level, because you're switching. I mean, many kids would switch schools in 6th grade. So
Right,
you're gonna,
right.
so there's often a change from 5th grade to middle school curriculum.
Okay. All right, very good, thanks.
How does this cost fit into our budget? I mean, that's,
I think it works beautifully going down in costs. So
that's what, I mean.
We sat together and we took a look. Carrie has been piecing together the ELA curriculum with a whole bunch of resources because it wasn't sufficient for the students. And it isn't effective for the students. So how can you put, I mean, even though we're going to be saving about $4,000 over 6 years' time, how can you really put a price tag on what it's going to do for the students? You know? And we do have those, that 2,000 that we didn't use from the TIF signal.
That's what we're using to pay for this.
That's what I am suggesting that we use for this.
Could that
Now, we-
200,000 go elsewhere, though? I mean, I'm sure there's rules with how that money can go.
No, it's actually gone into the general fund, so we can use it for whatever purchases we want. What was I going to say before you?
Sorry.
Question. The only thing is, because the legislature is still talking about putting funds towards ELA, we can spend the money this year, but I want to put it into next year's budget. And the reason being is if I don't, for one, the auditor's probably going to come back and say, hey, you didn't even use this curriculum and you put it into this year, we're going to throw it into next year anyway. So since we're not really using it till next year, I want to throw it in next year, and hopefully the legislators will come through with some type of funding towards ELA purchases. So far, they're just looking at giving funds towards training, teacher training, but I'm hoping that maybe they'll come around to doing some type of funding for the actual curriculum itself. And since we were on the naughty list with our old curriculum, which was mentioned by the legislature, I'm thinking this is probably something they're going to go for. And this is a bipartisan effort. This is not just one side of the aisle.
So this will not affect our deficit at all that we're facing right now. It's not going to
I
add to it?
actually included it on the Baird forecast model.
Okay.
It's
So
been
that
it's
this
been
money's
included the last
in-
several months, right?
Yes.
The 200,000, I remember a $138,000 number. Is that?
Yes.
That was originally, but you
Yes.
bumped it to 200,000?
I haven't yet, but I will.
Okay, so right now it's in there as like
138,000,
138,000.
yes.
Okay, all right.
How much is the state paying us to get rid of journeys? Do you know?
We don't. We have no idea, but,
One thing we do know, though, is that we will not get any help if we still have journeys. So if, as far as training is concerned, if it's just as far as training opportunities, there are certain curriculums that, well, the legislator and the state have actually hired several different reading specialists and things like that to do research on, and we keep calling it the naughty list because it kind of is, but they basically said that if you have one of these programs that we don't know if we're going to get any money to help support with this purchase, but we do know that if we had journeys, we would not get any support in training. That's one thing we do know.
one of the legislatures was stating that if they were going to give funding, they were going to tie it to some sort of testing. I don't know that that's a bad thing. I know that our map testing does approximately the same thing to show what the curriculum does for the students. So I'm sure once they announce what the budget is, we'll be back talking about that too.
Could we purchase one this year and one next year, or is it a set? I have no idea how that
It
works.
is a possibility. However, we have nothing to fall back on. So Journeys completely sunset, so we would be falling back to paper copies of any outdated materials. The collections stuff, we don't have online access for any of that either, so teachers would be scrambling to create things for students to be able to do. So while it is a possibility, it would make life very difficult for the teachers, and it would not make instruction solid for the kids.
We're only looking at, what is it, 33,000 and some dollars a year? I mean, it's broken in 6 years. I mean, to me,
No, I think we have to pay $201,000
oh, so we have to.
today. Like
well,
if we were, right, we'd have to write a check for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah,
just.
I thought, maybe I misunderstood, but irregardless, we really have no choice. I mean, these kids deserve this.
I totally
I
agree.
do not like Journey. I can't wait to burn that book. No, I have my daughter. She brought it home. We're going to burn it. But I say we have no choice. We'll figure out where we have to do with the funds. I just think that we have no choice. We have to do it.
I think you've done a nice job presenting it tonight. I know that, Carrie spoke to this a couple of times already to the board, and you've done a lot of work into it. And I mean, I personally think it's a no-brainer to move forward with it. I think the kids need it. Despite the 201,000.
Right.
Well, if we go to referendum operating in the spring, that will help with this, setting the house out on this, because I'm gonna help spread the word. I'm gonna be around the billboard, we're gonna go to the senior.
Look at that in
communities. Yeah, no, I'm serious, because it should have passed, and the people that were spreading the no vote, it's another project, but need to educate themselves to why they said no. They didn't fully understand. That's another project.
That's not what's happening. It's just,
It's hard to swallow this money right now, knowing we just asked the people for more money or to go to operational, and now we're saying, oh, well, we're just going to spend $201,000. It's, trust me, my kids are in the school. I totally agree the kids need it. That's a lot of money.
But how many people considering that we have no choice? It's our obligation to make sure that they have correct curriculum that works and we want to say engages them, and prepares them for the future. We have to do it.
I was agreeing with you, you know, because that was my big question, is this going to add to the deficit? Is this part of our deficit? But Susan kind of answered that for me, so, and that's my biggest concern too. It's like, when you need money, you just paid $200,000 for curriculum, so,
Well, we've got,
I would be okay with half now and half next. I
I understand
don't know.
what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure we all do understand. We are going to have, according to this latest forecast, $1 million deficit this next year, but that includes $138,000 towards this. But again, I just, and I understand what you're saying, and I'm the one that is concerned about finances day in and day out. But I just think our kids deserve this, and they absolutely need it. So, I get what you're saying, though. Trust me. Yeah.
can I finish?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
All right, thanks, sorry. Yeah, but yeah, like what Carrie said, we got nothing to fall on. Like what Jack said, we're not gonna get extra funds for this if we're using outdated curriculum.
Right, but this
So-
wasn't a surprise. We didn't know, we knew that this was coming.
I know. I'm just giving my 2 cents. All right.
Well, in what we talked about with that cost of journeys is we're also looking at one, I know we always give Tony a hard time about printing costs, but they're up there. They're really up there, and just trying to be responsible, and save as much paper as possible as I look down at my stack here, right? But it's a real thing. It's a real cost, not to mention, how much money is our teachers' time worth as well, right? We're asking them to go above and beyond by running copies and really creating resources that we don't have from scratch continuously. So yes, no, it hasn't been a surprise. We have known this, but we also wanted to make sure that we did the process right, and look through it and make sure that we dug deep. We did some piloting and things like that, and I think it's just now's the time.
Yeah, I think we can look at to the people who weren't in favor of the referendum, maybe come back to us and say, well, you just spent $200,000. It's like, yeah, we either pay for this or our teachers are making stuff up as they go because we don't have anything. So, kind of echoing what Sue said, our hands are kind of tied a little bit with this. So, anyways, it's my opinion. So,
We'll get through it. Yeah, I've done a couple of things.
yeah.
This is important. This, to me, is very, very important.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, ladies. Number 8, public comments. Anybody have any public comments? Nope. Can we do that later? It's under action.
It's in the action items later.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to make sure Carrie had her presentation, so she
Yeah.
can stay for
Gotcha.
what she wants to.
Are you guys gonna have further questions?
I don't think I have.
Do you need a ride home? Go make dinner.
Now we'll have.
Yeah, we'll call you. Okay.
All right, no public comments. So number 9, discussion items. 9A, Neola update 32.1, first reading workshop date. So I know we kind of talked about that a little bit, but I don't know if Jack's got any more to add.
Yeah, I really don't, just that we have to do the first reading. I thought maybe that 10th would be a good time to do it, either before or after our board workshop. If you guys want to split it into 2, that's fine too. We don't need a quorum, although we normally do because we've kind of gone to the workshop model, right? And we've come to at least 3 or 4 of us. have done that. But yeah, that's it. So we'll have to just do the workshop. I'll cruise through the updates, and if you guys have questions, we'll do it, and then I'll give you a copy between whenever we have the meeting and the May 17th. And then I'll ask on May 17th for any further questions or any further updates, and then we'll vote to update the policies at that time.
Especially policies just have really, easy updates in that. You guys should be able to go through them.
The changes are usually highlighted in red, so.
It's pretty simple usually. There are, I know like last year we did have a couple that were a little bit more controversial with the book, and then we had, for some reason, we got on a lice discussion for a while, but there's some other things like that. So usually what Steve does before he leaves, like I said earlier, is he gives us kind of just a bulleted talking points that I'll go through with you guys, and hopefully it won't take overly long on the 10th.
All right,
So I guess it would just be up to you guys then if you want to decide that now, if you want to do it after the board workshop, or
I say let's do it same time. Or the same date, same date.
saying like if we
Right.
did the board workshop 6 to 8 or 7:30 or whatever it would be, and then to do the policies right after that.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll see if I can get here earlier. If I can't get here earlier, then do you go through the policies at 4 o'clock and knock that off without me? And then do we do the other part of the workshop at 6 o'clock? I'd certainly be fine with that. I could still review the policies, I believe.
Yeah,
But
you'll
don't
get
have to
them.
necessarily be a part of the meeting.
And maybe the
I'd be
policies
okay with
don't
that.
have
We might go faster without me here.
dramatic changes that you guys don't even have to worry about it.
It could be 15 minutes or a half.
You might just look at all of them and say,
Yeah, and I can update the board too on, after our May 3rd meeting. Steve did put, I think, an hour and a half for us to hear, hour and 45 minutes, so, but he does go through literally word by word. And then there's usually, it's fun days for Gene and I. But it's, but it's usually, because there'll be 3 different, or, sometimes it'll be in more than one handbook or more than one place as well, if it's for part-time employees, full-time employees, contracted employees, all of that kind of stuff. So sometimes if there's a one-word change, it might end up in 3 different places because it's across the board for all staff members, or students for that matter.
So we'll tentatively plan on that, so Steve, just keep us updated. All right, thank you. 9B, 2023-2024 budget forecast. Susan?
Okay, I'll start. I attended the accounting conference up in Green Bay last month, and unfortunately, there's not very optimistic news from the legislators. They basically stated that they are creating their own budget instead of going along with Governor Evers' proposals. They're not taking into consideration there's been no increases in the past 2 years. They are not considering inflationary increases. A lot of the districts are asking for $1,500 per pupil increases. And one of my mentors actually asked for 90% special ed reimbursement from the legislatures when he gave his testimony last week. So I thought that was very interesting. I don't know that it swayed the legislators. So what I've included in the model, I've wiped out Governor Evers' proposals, and I've included what they're suggesting is what the legislature is going to put forward, which is $350 per pupil increase for each of the years, 40% special ed reimbursement for both years. Low revenue limit they have to increase. It's currently at 10,000. We're at 10,088. We are a low revenue district because we have such a high amount of property value. And that ties into something else. So any increase on the low revenue limit is going to help us And they're talking about $350 on the low revenue limits. That's going to be an increase of about $250,000 a year. They're talking about, that's all stuff that I've included in the model. They're talking about a bipartisan agreement to have $100,000 go towards mental health, which could very possibly offset our psych costs and possibly our counselor costs. So that would be less funds coming out of the general fund. I did not include that proposal in the Baird model. So just keep in mind that the $100,000 is floating out there. And then, of course, we mentioned that they're talking about putting money towards ELA purchases. I don't know if they're going to go along the lines of Title I school districts, which we are not. We do get some Title I monies, but we are not a school-wide Title I district because we're only at 18%. You have to be somewhere around 40% to be a Title I school district. Other assumptions in the model, I left in that property values are rising at 5% per year. I put 15% increase in medical insurance, 5% in other insurances like liability and property, 2.5% in salaries and salary-related benefits. That goes along with the step increases, maybe a little bit more than that. 15% increase in utilities, 52% increase in auditing services as a result of the new reporting requirements due to GASB 87, which is leases, and GASB 94, which is subscriptions. Basically, I've got it down. I can send it to you. Basically, what we've had to do is gather all of our leases and subscriptions, which we've had a lot because of the old ELA curriculum, and list it for the auditors to determine what needs to be reported as our liabilities on the district's reporting, financial reporting.
So those would go away with the new curriculum?
Possibly. They may have to report it on last year's audit, but moving forward, it may be different. So it all depends on what the auditors determine we need to report. So when I went to the accounting conference, they had an auditor up there speaking, and it kind of sounded like we might have one or two things that we need to put on as liabilities. That sounds a lot better than the 100-item list that we've created, but basically they said what we are already doing is we're compiling a list of everything, what it costs, and the contract terms. So we're doing what we need to do, and then the auditors will tell us what else we need to do with that, and they will make up the journal entries for us. I included a 3.5 increase in pupil transportation and fuel. The vendor increases are all over the board, so they're all individual increases. One of the most important things is I noticed that our equalization aid fell by about 30%. And I was kind of freaking out thinking something was wrong with what I had entered or something was wrong with the model. So I did speak to Todd Hajewski over at Baird, and he agreed with me because our property values increased 32%, the equalization values decreased. Equalization aid is to help districts that are low property value. So because ours just boomed to over $1 billion, the state doesn't see the need with the equalization aid to offset our property taxes as much as the lower property value districts. However, there is a little caveat in there. With the revenue limits, they don't allow you to go down more than 15% per year. So there's a little bit of an offset in there of about $200,000. So we're not going to get the complete hit, but you are going to see at the annual meeting that our equalization aid will be much, much less, 30% less, but our hold harmless will go up that 15% to help offset the cost.
So that 15% is going to cost us approximately?
A lot. Um, oh, it's, I have 250,000.
Have you not anticipated?
So it all depends,
I mean, you should be able to calculate that, a pretty close number on that, right?
yeah. I could give you all the 250,000, 219,000, all across the board. The 350 in per pupil increase is about 250,000. The 40% moving up from 30% of special ed reimbursement is about 219,000. The increasing the low revenue limit by 350 each year is about a 250,000. The health, mental health grants that they want to put out is about 100,000, they're saying. ELA, we don't know. So it's interesting. If you wanted to come in, I can show you exactly what happened to the equalization aid.
Well, I would
And
just
show you
like-
how the hold harmless
Yeah, just-
works.
Well, I
If you wanna-
understand it to a point, I was just curious on the number,
Yeah,
and you're saying 250,000.
250,000. Supposed to. I'm hoping. So as you can see, I put those amounts in there. I did not include the new curriculum purchase because it hadn't been approved yet. I did include the 138,000. I didn't include the whole 201. So this year, we're still looking pretty good at ending balance. And you have to understand, the ending balance of 466,000 added to the fund balance is if we spend every single penny that we've budgeted. So worst case scenario. This is a more realistic budget forecast than I presented before with the Governor Evero's proposals. I hope I'm being ultra conservative, but we won't know for another month or so, at least.
I guess, Jackie, you've been in many meetings now, and you even went up to the Capitol and so forth. You know, these numbers that Susan's talking about, you know, 40% now for special ed instead of 60%, and the 350 per student instead of the 450, et cetera. Is that, I mean, are you concurring with what she's hearing at her?
Yeah, it's actually amazing, because I think what's going on is both sides are going really, really hard, in the sense that I heard, you know, right now we're about 32, 33%, somewhere in between there, I think, for special education reimbursement. You know, one of the legislators that I spoke to said, well, how about 35? And then you go down the hallway and they say, we're looking for 90. So I think there's a little posturing going on in the sense that we're going to shoot for as absolutely high as we can so that number comes up a little bit more. Everybody is pretty close to the vest as far as what's going on between closed doors with the Joint Finance Committee and other pieces. That's my really highly visited and vocal way of saying I don't know. It really, we will see it when it comes out with everybody else. But one side of the aisle is saying literally 34, 35%, and the other is shooting for 90. In some cases, right? So I'm hoping that we get around that 45 number. That would be great. Anything would help us. But that, as we've talked about before, that special education aid is probably the biggest for us, just because for a small district and obviously those services we can't control and we have to give them by law, and we want to, right? We want to make sure our students, all of our students, have everything that they need, but it can be very expensive, especially to a smaller district. So I have not heard anything lower than 40, so I'm hoping that it's at least there.
And I think we talked about before that a lot of the referendums that districts have run is 10% of their budget.
Right.
If you look at 10% of our budget, it is the transfer to special ed to cover the cost that is not being reimbursed by the state. So if we can get that 10%, we wouldn't need a referendum. 10% of our budget, not
No,
10% increase.
No, I get it. So, I think I do. So the difference, last month's projection, I think you had factored in the 60% Evers proposal for
Yes.
this next year, I believe, or was
I-
it 45%
it was
for next
45
year
and then a
60%
60.
the following year? So you put in 45%, and now you're plugging in 40%.
Right.
Can you tell me off the top of your head what it's 5% difference, what that comes to dollar-wise? I mean, I'm looking at our budget. and
Well, let's say we have a $1.2 million transfer. So 40% of that, instead of 30-something percent.
Right, but the 5% difference then is only, also the $1.2 million,
Right.
is only $50-some thousand dollars.
60?
$60,000. There you go. You're gonna give me the number of my calculation. But right, so it's only a $60,000 difference
Right,
from what you put in last month to this month.
right.
All right. All right, so I guess,
I would like 90%. I was very pleased to see, I was very pleased to see that some states actually cover all special ed costs. So I would love to see 90% because we wouldn't need a referendum at all.
well, sure.
We
sure,
would be set.
Sure. So I guess what I'm having trouble with here is, so I'm looking at last month's proposal, the Governor Evers proposal, which I realized was best case scenario. Now we're looking at this proposal, which isn't necessarily worst case, but it's what we think is going to come out of the legislature. And obviously, Evers isn't going to reduce what they give to employment education. So in a way, it's worst case. So I'm looking at these two proposals, and I'm looking at the fund balance in 23, 24. And the proposal that we just received today, the fund balance, ends at $22,250,000 around $2,250,239. The fund balance on the projection that we got last month, ending, was $2,604,746. So a $352,000 difference. But in the current year, because of our revised budget, the fund balance is now $238,000 on the most recent projection, above where we were last month. So the projection last month showed our fund balance for the current year at $3,066,000.
I think I adjusted that after we did all of the changes.
Okay, and that's fine, no, and that makes sense, no, I understand why you changed it. I understand why you changed, so the fund balance went up, so we got an additional $238,000 in our fund balance at the end of this year. But we're showing a $352,000 deficit in our projection this month compared to last month. So now the difference, if you add those two together, is $591,358 is what you're projecting, $91,358 less than what you projected last month, essentially.
I took out all of Governor Evers' proposals and starting from scratch. So, yes.
Yeah.
If that's the amount it is, that's the amount it is.
But I guess I have
scratched
a-
government leaders proposal.
No, and I get that, but I guess I have a tough time when I'm seeing the per pupil increase only went down from 450 to 350. So that's only $75,000. And the special education went from 45% to 40%, which we just agreed was $60,000. So that's only, $130,000. And yet the difference is $591,000. I'm just, I'm having trouble from month to month looking at these projections and feeling confident in these numbers. Last month, and I understand that the governor's year's proposals were, sky high. And I understand that you're plugging in the numbers that you're plugging in, but I'd like to see a more detailed account of, and I guess you have some of that, of how we got from this proposal to this proposal, because what you're speaking.
What difference does it make?
Well, I think as a board and as a community, we
We're
might have
talking about-
confidence in these numbers.
We're talking about projections. You wanted to see projections at such an early part of the budget, the biennium budget discussion. So I gave you
And
the
I
Governor
appreciate that.
Evers proposals.
Right.
There, I don't know why I would have to track what the differences are between Governor Evers' proposals and these proposals as part of the position. I asked you before if you wanted to take the forecast model home, you could take it home and play with it all you want. I informed you of what's in the current model assumptions. So if you want to take the model home and take a peek.
No, that's not my job, certainly.
Do you have questions for Susan, or are you
Yeah,
questioning her accounting
my
practices?
question is, how based on the information we received so far, how we ended up with the $600,000 difference from the forecast last month to the forecast this month?
I wish she answered that.
No, we haven't gotten an answer. We haven't gotten a detailed
I
answer.
removed Governor Evers' proposals, and I put in all of these assumptions.
But you understand why I'm saying I don't have confidence in these numbers?
Okay.
I mean, do you have confidence in these numbers?
Governor Evers and the
I understand.
I don't have confidence in Governor Evers. That's a whole nother story.
I understand that, but I think that,
Hold on, the question, you need to ask questions. Obviously, there's.
so I can't make the statement that I don't have confidence in the numbers.
You've made that statement.
Okay. I don't have
But
any.
it's a projection, that's, right, that's how it's, you're asking her to basically.
But the projection,
I don't know
if
what you're asking.
I'm projecting my home budget from one month to the next,
This isn't a home budget.
okay, but I should be able to show why that changed, why that projection changed, what I'm expecting to have. No, we don't have the details on it, except in general.
Okay.
I told him I would
You
supply him the
you
list.
scratched last month's, and you started completely over. So you can't compare the two. You can't compare the two because they are,
You can't give us a detailed budget that
Well,
is
I
being
mean-
requested because the numbers are constantly changing.
Right.
But you can show that we went from 450 to 350. You can show that we went from special education 45% to 40%, and anything else that factors in. But sure, and that's what, I guess that's the numbers I'd like to see.
I didn't create the Baird model, so I really can't tell you what it's doing internally to come up with these projections.
And maybe that's maybe that's one of my bigger concerns is, maybe the Baird model doesn't work, because I don't know if you all remember last August, the Baird model showed that we were going to have a $730,000 deficit for 22-23. Well, we ended up with a $67,000 deficit. So this is maybe this Baird model doesn't work. Maybe we need to look at something else for projections. We need to know these numbers, the community needs to know these numbers. We just want the opportunity for $800,000. And we've got numbers that change from month to month because
We can't,
of no itemized, with no itemized information.
we can't put
We
stuff
don't have
together.
the information.
Right.
We're projecting everything, so we don't have the information.
But if you have one projection one month and another projection next month,
Totally
you should be
different.
able to
As
show
Sue
how
mentioned
it's
several
different.
times, just like I had mentioned that we went from 34% special ed to 90% special ed. How can you possibly budget for that?
But you can show the change from 45% to 40%, and what dollar amount that affects. And you can show the change from 350 to 450, and you can show the equalization. And I think that's important to see in a projection.
And Sue said she'd share it with you. All the things that she put in this model. She went through them.
And that would be great, but I'll be curious to see if that adds up to the $591,000 difference.
Okay.
Thanks.
Ten, action items. So 10A, lawn care bids from, lawn care bid, lawn care bids.
Yeah, we had two bids. My recommendation is to accept the bid from Bristol Fencing and Hardscape. We've had them for a few years now. There was a $25 increase, which from $350 to $375 per cut. He does just about everything himself. Usually comes on Sundays and gets it all cleaned up for us for the week ahead. So it was by far the lowest of the two bids, and my recommendation is to accept it from Bristol Fencing and Hardscape.
All right, quick question. So it says, $375 per cut for the main area and $375 per cut for the 8 acre. So we're looking at $750.
Correct. Usually, yeah. So we have them bid separately. So we bid the big open lot near AH there, and then the actual grounds. We do it separately. So it's a good, probably 8 to 10 hour job for both of them. And we don't have any lawn, other than maybe a push mower here or a blower there. We don't really have, yeah, we don't have any. I mean, and that's I guess something to talk about. But that's a huge commitment from the district, right? To have on staff employees take care of the lawn care and maintenance, which we've briefly talked about in the past. But as a startup cost, just one, to buy all and maintain all the mowers, and then two, to basically hire somebody almost full-time to be an outdoor maintenance person just doesn't seem like a feasible thing to do right now.
Yeah, it was kind of going to be my main question is if anybody thought about looking at, even if it was like part-time, like purchasing our own riding mower, one of the bigger 60-plus inch cut ones that you see a lot of school districts with, and hiring a part-time person, or if it was a college kid or somebody that we could pay to do that, but.
Doesn't the person that's cutting the grass have to be insured or something through the school? So it was not only the
Mowers and the people that we decided that this was the cheaper route to go. Because I think owning our own would be great, but just for the facts of what you said, Jack, of startup costs would be quite, pricey. Right now, we can't, because we have curriculum to buy.
We've thought about it. It's just we have never taken the next step. Same thing with with the snow removal. Just, first of all, you have to have somebody who's certified to do it, It's a lot to ask of Lou, to get here at 5 o'clock. And the guys have been doing a great job, both the lawn care and the snow care. But definitely something we could consider in the future.
Any other questions?
Quick question, is it once a week whether it needs it or not?
He usually prices us at once a week, but there was times last year when it was super dry that I think he maybe came once in July or something like that. So he doesn't cut it just to cut it.
Okay.
And then Lou.
I just know like our T-ballers sometimes where we could barely see them because the grass was.
Okay.
But that's June where maybe
Yeah.
a rainy.
Yeah. And Lou usually is in contact with them, whether it's he hasn't come quick enough or hasn't come too often. Lou usually gives them a call and figures out what's going
Gets
on.
them out
But
here.
I can count maybe on one hand how many times we've had to call them and ask them to do something for us. So.
Anything else? All right. I'll make a motion to approve the lawn care bid from Bristol Fencing and Hardscape. Seeking a second. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. 10B, 2023-24 Bristol School Staff Contracts.
Yeah, if you look at the table that we provided for you, this is, we have to take action on this, so I apologize if there was any insinuation that we were looking one way or another. This was just basically information for you guys. I know that when we passed it last spring, the steps were approximately, we put 2.31 in here. It changes a little bit, just because obviously that 13, what is it per step? The 1350, yeah, changes percentage-wise. If it's 1350 on, a $46,000 contract versus 1350 on a $75,000 contract, the percentage is a little bit different. So that number you're seeing in the top box where it says 0% increase on base pay, that means that $46,000 mark would not change, and we would just basically leave, we would leave everything in that table the same way that it's been in the past year. The 4.7 number would be increasing that base pay from $46,000, 4.7%, which was the CPI from July 1st of 2022, and then they're looking at, again, in 2023, as high as 8%. So we have the natural calculated average increase, again, at about 2.13 per box, if you will, or step, and those are just some different examples. The 4.7 at the bottom indicates each one of those cells getting a 4.7% increase, and that would be the overall cost for that. The 4.7 in cell 2 is just the 46,000 increase, and then that would spike to 1350 from there. It's kind of hard to explain, but I think yeah. So obviously, if it's 46,000 and you increase it 4% or 5%, you're looking at 40. It would be about 20. Would be it would be $1,800 or something like that, and then each of the cells would go up from there. I don't have a recommendation just because I know that this would be a discussion with the board. I do know that the board chose this reason or chose this for a reason. But I also wanted you to be aware that the CPI increases are much more than what we have originally planned in our steps.
I only budgeted for 2.5% because I did not foresee that we would have the additional funding available. But the surrounding school districts are all at somewhere between 4 and 5% they're considering for next year's increases. Matter of fact, that's a statewide survey. And some of them are increasing 0, some of them are increasing up to 8%. but the average there is about 4 to 5% increases. And I wanted to give you different options because there's a lot of different ways that you can do this. Majority of school districts put the increase, the CPI increase on the base, which we only have two bases. We have the base bachelor's degree at 46, and then the base master's degree, which is $6,000 more, is that what it is?
52, yeah.
52,000. So, and then carrying the increase down that way rather than putting 4.7% on each and every cell. And, you know, I just wanted to give you some different figures in there so you could pick and choose what you want. You may decide, oh, no, Sue, we're just going to go with the straight 3% on each cell. I don't have that calculated. You could always ask me to calculate that, but I wanted to give you some different options so you could see the amounts based on our current staff. So this is based on the current staff, 4 teachers that attained master's degrees, so each of them are going to get a $6,000 hike prior to increasing a step or putting any CPI increase on there.
Looking at the 0%, the actual percent increase on base pay, it would still cost the district $92,755.
That's for the step increases, for everybody to increase a step.
And we have to do that step increase, correct?
You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. I have been at districts where they have held it for 2-3 years after Act 10. It was ugly. It was ugly.
The current step system is the one that was approved by the board last spring. So if you were, if you'd like to make a different motion to change this, then that'll be a whole different discussion.
System has been communicated to all the teachers. They
That's-
know, they're expecting a minimum of.
They would,
The
yeah, I
step
mean,
system.
so if you're in year 3, you would move to year 4, and so on and so forth. That would be the expectation as of right now. Which,
And just a reminder, the people that are at the top of the scale did not receive an increase this year. In 22-23, because they were at the top of the scale and there is no increase. The only way that they would receive an increase would be a CPI increase.
Might impact the discussion somewhat. I mean, I'd be curious if any board members are entertaining anything other than option 1 for the teachers and support staff. Because if we're not, then I think it's a different discussion.
So we need to discuss more in depth.
Well, I mean, I feel bad that we're not, that in my opinion, based on the referendum, based on where we're situated, potentially at a $1 million deficit for next year, I mean, I feel bad that I personally couldn't recommend anything above option 1, which is continue with the step increase. You know, on the other hand, I can look back, and I wasn't part of the board at the time, but you know, I can look back at the compensation schedule that was approved last February, and in fact, I think the document that I was able to pull up today showed a $43,000 base pay, but I believe in closed session, there was discussion and the decision, and then the vote, of course, was in open session to actually go to $46,000. That $43,000 was a 2% increase across the board, but if I'm doing my calculations correct, the increase of $3,000, you know, divided by 43,000 is an additional 7% for that base, on top of that 2% that in the document that was received by all the board members at that time. So the teachers received 2% increase plus the board at the time, and I'm not saying I wouldn't have done the same thing. I wasn't part of that discussion. I probably would have done the same thing, but I can't say. But the teachers did get a 7% increase. Now, again, I know that was just to bring the teachers up to speed, and I think at the time, we thought above where most of the other schools were west of the I. And I'm not saying that our teachers don't deserve more, that I personally wouldn't want to put through a CPI increase or beyond, but I think, in my mind, that's not even a discussion for next week. I think that's a discussion for after July, when we find out what the legislature's doing and so forth. So at least from where I sit right now, I would recommend option one, which is the step increase now, and then to take another look potentially. But, you know, again, if we come in with a $1 million decrease, deficit, I don't know what that discussion would be. I don't know that I'd be willing to give an increase then either at that time, but I think it's something that we could look at that time. At least that's my recommendation.
So, if my memory serves me correct, Sue, you can help. We came up with this compensation to kind of get our staff more in line with the rest of the districts, because at the time, at least when I got on the board in 2020, I was shocked, actually, at how low the starting salary was. And I began my teaching career in a small school way up north, and I was making more than someone here. Cost of living was a lot cheaper up north and everything. So I was pretty shocked by that. So over the course of the years, yeah, we faced deficits, but we tweaked with the compensation schedule to kind of get it back more in line. So, but I do share the same concerns that you do, facing a deficit. I've been there where, you know, pay stayed the same for 2 or 3 years because of the district being, you know, in financial struggle and whatever, like 6-7 years ago. So I know what it's like. But and if it's something that we want to do in after for this next year is to relook at the compensation schedule, I'm all for that. If we can find something that's going to be the, lack of a better term, best of both worlds, it's going to help the district, but it's still going to help our staff too.
This took time to do. I don't ever want to go back to something like this. It's a good model. The pays were all over the board. That's why there had to be something uniform and consistent. You know, it's a hard one because of the deficit. But in the same sense, we know that our teachers deserve it. So it's a hard one. I don't know that I would go with number one. That's just me.
We have to make a decision by May 15th, right?
That's what I was just gonna say, if I
Yeah.
hit my microphone, is the only thing, is that this is timely. Obviously, we usually wait till, April to do this, just because,
Before May 15th, because we have to get it out to the staff.
correct, staff has to receive their contract by the 15th, so, that's why we usually do it, in April or March. Last meeting was pretty loaded, as you guys know, so I put it here, again, more for informational purposes. But we do need to make a decision, hopefully tonight, and if not, we probably will have to have some sort of special meeting or something, because it would have to be before May 15th, so.
And again, if a decision is not made tonight, which we hope it is, but if it's not, Sue and I do need at least 1 full week before May 15th, because we need to send an individualized communication to every single staff member, and we have some verifications to do to make sure that it is accurate when it gets sent out. So we could at least have 1 whole week. That would be great for us.
The other thing, like with this compensation schedule, was there were certain staff that they didn't get the full percentage because they were at certain areas, so it was kind of an uneven, but it was like to kind of bring everybody, to make it more of an even schedule.
And when we talk to our compensation committee of teachers, their one main ask was to simplify it. To Sue's point, it was, there was a lot of different steps and a lot of different moving parts and pieces as far as education and things like that were concerned. So their recommendation was to us to just make the 2 columns, and that's why we went with this model as well.
And you are correct, it was on the average an 11.58% from what they previously had, but it was not competitive.
No, I get that, so it was 11.58%, and we went retroactive
Correct.
to September.
Correct.
In February.
Mhm.
And again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be giving the teachers more money, and I agree. I saw some of the statistics when I first moved into the district and so forth, and the teachers' pay was low, ridiculously low. And I guess, I don't know, I'm sure we're at a par. I thought, based on what I had understood after we changed it, we're actually above par for most. But if other schools are going higher this month, we might go back to par. And again, I get that, but I think it's a tough, it's a tough one. I mean, this isn't something you want to vote on. I'd like to hear Mr. Lucci's recommendation, though, and, otherwise, yeah, it's tough, and I think the referendum shows that the community, as much, we have to look within. The community tells us that they don't want us to spend $800,000 a year. I know it's 54%, 46%, but I think they're telling us something, and we've got to look within, we've got to look at how we're spending money, and I know I just voted for a $201,000 new curriculum, but, I think that's critical. I'd love to get the teachers more money, whether it's after July, if we could do it, after the next referendum, and I know you like this teacher's compensation model. I, on the other hand, would like to see something a little more robust, where we can give teachers bonuses and such. We set up the goal that through the strategic plan, hitting 80%. If we hit 80% over the next 3 years, I'd love to give bonuses across the board to every single teacher. And we could potentially work that into the next operating referendum. Again, I know I'm going on. I'd love to give the teachers more money. I just think right now we've got to stick with the compensation plan that was set up last February and go with option 1.
Just to be clear, there still is a raise, right? I mean, the way we set up the steps, there is still an increase each step. It's not, and I think that's, to Stephen's point, I think that originally when we did that, we set it up so it did have a raise in there. Some districts are in even, they're in really tough financial hardship because they have written in their policy that they go with the CPI increase each year. And then they're obligated to do that. They oftentimes can, negotiate that within, if it's going to be detrimental to the district. We don't have that, and we went with this model. But I just, again, wanted to show kind of what other districts are doing as well. It sounds like option 1 seems to be, I guess we have to take action on it if you guys want to. It's up to you.
So are you
If this-
recommending 1?
Personally, when we went in.
Compensation model for some time.
Vote, or, okay.
like to.
You wanna make a
Can I make a
motion?
motion?
I'm seeking a motion.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the teachers' contracts utilizing option 1 on this document, which is $1,350 step increase as noted on the compensation schedule that was approved last February.
Seeking a second.
Can we add one thing to that? I don't know if you can, just asking. To revisit in
August, July, when we talked about it? Or does that not need to be?
We don't, it doesn't have to be put in the motion.
Okay.
That can just be something that we'll
Okay, I'll second.
add to the, okay. All right, so seconded by Tina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0. All right, 10C, 2023-2024 hourly staff compensation.
Right, the increases in each step vary between 25 and 50 cents per level. If you look at the calculated average increase,
About 1.5, as you go up with the years. I can see if I can have it here. So very similar, just it's the compensation model for support staff. Again, there is an increase as you go up the steps in your years of service. And then it obviously depends on where you are within the graph, but so there's just some comparison there as far as what the average increase would be. And then we used 4.7% again, just because that is where we were with CPI, and about where most districts are going with their increase.
If we use this schedule that was approved in May, I believe it was, does the board actually have to approve this tonight for the support staff? We do, okay.
We'll give them letter of contracts, letters of intent, so we just want to make sure that their letter of intent is accurate.
Okay.
Everything on here. Like if we want to create a new salary schedule, we'd have to go through, you got the teacher's contract, the support staff, and then administrator.
I knew the teacher's contract
Yeah.
had to be approved. I didn't know.
Yep.
The question is if you have to do it all together? So if they want to create a new
What was your
compensation.
My
question?
question was whether or not we, as a board, had to approve the support staff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry,
No, that's fine.
misunderstood.
Okay. Same as,
Right.
I'm learning. A similar discussion. I mean, I'd be ready to make a motion, or to hear a motion to continue with option 1. Or
Go ahead.
have option 1.
You made, is that a motion? You're making a motion to go with option 1?
Yes.
Okay. Seeking a second. I'll second it. All right. Any last minute discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excuse me, motion carries 4-0. This moves us to 10D, English and Language Arts Curriculum Adoption.
Okay, well, you all promised me there was no more questions, so. So obviously, I'm looking for a motion and making the recommendation to approve the purchases of the curriculum that Carrie presented earlier. Amplify for K-5 and Wonders, thank you.
Wonders
All
for
right.
K-5.
I will make a motion to adopt the ELA curriculum as presented by Jack. Seeking a second. Seconded by Sue. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1. 10E, so streaming options for board meetings. You want me to, you want to?
Yeah, Adam, if you, I just want to let you guys know that that was a request. I know we had discussed it last month, but we didn't take any action on it, so it was a request of the board to put that back on the actionable items for this month, but I didn't have anything to really add to that.
Until next month.
I would.
Sure.
I mean, it's up to you guys. Up to you guys, but
Yeah.
I'd like to continue to do what we do and then take a look at the next one.
I just don't think
We'll have
much
a new,
changed
we'll have a
from
new
last
board
month
member,
to
we'll
this
have a new
month.
board member on board and
You know?
make the decision next one.
And then
It's
are
up
you
to
going
you.
to table it till June then?
No, don't let them table it.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Decision be
No.
made next month.
Well, I
No.
mean, I think part of the thing, we don't, I shouldn't say we, but I know there was myself and some other board members, it didn't feel like it was a good use of our district resources.
How many people are viewing right now? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Gotcha.
Yes.
Sorry.
At the moment, you have 8 viewers. It peaked at 8 viewers. It peaked at 13, I believe, and you had 10 concurrent viewers for a considerable amount of time. So concurrent meaning that they were on all at the same, simultaneously, basically. So
And that's lower than last month.
it's a
I
little
think
higher.
it's
Yeah,
more.
it's a little
It's a little
higher.
higher.
Yep, a little higher.
Thank you.
Doing with our, yeah. I mean, I guess.
Go ahead, you go.
I'm torn on it, but quite honestly, I'm leaning towards, I don't think it's a good use of resources. However, should the board in the future decide that we want to start our meetings sooner, or are able to, then I'm all for going back to streaming. I mean, if we start at 4:30, we start at 5, then yeah, I think we should stream it, because for those that can't, for those that work until 5 and they can't get here sooner. But, I mean, right now, personally, I don't think it's a good use of our resources.
Again, I'll volunteer to learn the system and turn it on.
What are
each
you
month.
going to do if there's an issue with the camera? Like last month, when Tony had to run out and get a new battery or something, we going to stop the meeting so you can figure it out and fix it? Or call Tony and have him come?
Freaking out. That's what I do.
Tony lives right down the road.
So we wouldn't have it for the rest of that.
Well, then- Mr. Grimm can't fix the camera. You saw part of
I
it.
think there was another option.
Could go to Google Meet or something like that, we could take a look back at it, it would be live, but we could still see it after the fact. That would be an easier setup.
So, a Google Meet gets dicey because you end up getting echoing and feedback because you're all in the same room. Google Meet is really excellent for if you're in a dispersed environment, like everybody's at home and you're in a virtual meeting. The camera can be set up to run from an outlet, so you can plug it in and you don't have to worry about battery power. I can configure it to be a point and go, basically point and shoot. Again, it's just a matter after that of retrieving it from the card, and we've actually had a card fail once. So that would really be the only hiccup you guys are looking at in terms of like keeping the camera on And like the audio and all of that, we can set it up so that it's just a point and shoot. You just, like on your cell phone, right? You just have to be aware that if a card fails, you're not going to get any of that footage. So that's the only thing. They don't fail that often though.
What was all the popping and the sound in last month's video?
All the popping? Yeah, great question. So these microphones, for instance, right now Suze on and she's on channel 1, and you're on channel 1, and they share a frequency, right? We bought we call that frequency bleed, and it happens whenever you have two microphones that share a frequency or share a frequency that's close to one another. And we have several number 3s out there, channel 3s. We have several, because we bought 2 packs, right? We bought 2 kits. And so they came with 2 receivers with similar frequencies. So.
All right, let me ask the board this. Do we want to, next month's meeting, relook at our meeting time? And then we would table the streaming options. So if the board decides to do earlier, meet earlier, then I would say we should keep streaming. Make sense?
I agree.
So if we say we start at 4:30, we start at 4:30 and we stream.
I mean, I agree with that, but I also agree, thank you for not sharing with me, that we didn't have this prior. If we had the meeting, people would show up if it was important. If it's not, the 8 or 10 that we have on, I just don't think justifies it, but I said that last month. So I don't even know, even if you change the time, if it's going to make a difference.
Well, I mean, the link is out there, so if somebody wants to see the meeting, they would request the link from Tony. So like if I wanted to, only one time I asked Tony, I said, could you please send me the link from the meeting? So, so it would be there. It's just, so people could watch it later. I don't know. I mean, I'm curious what these other school districts, like what, because, some of them, they do start quite a bit earlier, so.
Like Paris, I mean, the one time, and this was a long time ago, I went, they don't have anything being taped. They do their business. If you want to show up, you show up. To me, I think it's an obligation to the community. You want to know about your district and the school and the wonderful things that are happening? Show up. We have plenty of seats.
They don't record the village board meetings. They don't record schools. I say we don't need it.
I'm sorry.
Again, no, that's fine, and I'm pretty certain I'm on the wrong side of this, but again, the other thing that I really appreciate is being able to look back at the meetings and understand what was actually said and what wasn't said, because we only take so many notes, and from month to month, we don't always all see it the same way. I like to be able to go back and look at the meetings, and that's why it's important to me from that standpoint.
Will it until next month? Sure. If we're gonna, because I'm not comfortable with taking a vote and say, we're not gonna do it, and then next month say, hey, we're gonna start our meetings at 4:30, and then, okay, we should bring it back now, so. Anybody?
I think they correlate together, that we should make that decision all at
Okay.
once.
What's the average time that other boards have their meetings? I mean, do they have them that early? I mean, I see the benefit of you guys being here already and just going into a meeting, but
Plus, it's just tough, for Terry and Tom, who live 35, 40 minutes away.
Ben been there, done that too, you know, in previous
Yeah.
districts where, you know, the 6 o'clock board meeting, it's, do you run home quick and turn around and drive right back so you're in the car for an hour and a half? Or Ale knows that all too well. Yeah.
Right,
So,
no.
okay, let's table
All
it
right,
and,
yep.
and we'll see what the time works out to be next month.
10F, 2023-2024 school hours.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those old school agenda items that we have to do every year. For whatever reason, we have to approve the school hours. I'm making a recommendation to keep the school hours the same. Teacher workday is 7:20 to 3:20. Student time 7:35 to 2:35. We actually started during COVID kind of a staggered dismissal where we start at about 2:35 and then the middle school's out at 2:45, which allows our students, our smaller friends, to get out and get a ride, you know, and get those things, and then you know, get out on the bus without one big wave of kids too. So we found that it worked really well. So my recommendation would be to keep the school hours the same for the 23-24 school year.
Any questions? Sorry, I lost it here. I will make a motion to approve the 2023-2024 school hours as presented. Seeking a second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Tina. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. This moves us to 10G, oath of office for Mrs. Danielle Whitaker.
Ooh, can you put it on me? I'm half serious.
Of course I will.
Might be.
It would be my honor, okay. Would you like it on before or after?
After.
Okay. So, you'll raise your right hand, say, I, Danielle Whitaker,
I, Danielle Whitaker,
having been elected or appointed to the office of Bristol School Board,
having been elected and appointed to the office of Bristol School Board,
but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof, swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof, swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and will faithfully discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability.
and will faithfully discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You're awesome.
Boy, thank you.
There you go.
Thank
Welcome.
you, Phil.
Oh, she's got to sign this. Oh. Where is my Jack?
All right, time is 8:09 p.m. I will make a motion to move into closed session. Seeking a second.
Second.
Okay, roll call votes, or not roll call, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries 4-0. Board will convene in a closed session under Wisconsin Statute 19.851C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the government has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. So 11A, District Administrator Evaluation, and 11B, Administrative Contracts. All right, time is now 9:55 PM. I will make a motion to move back into open session, seeking a second.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. We do not have any action to take on closed session items, so time is now 9:56 PM. I will make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting. Seeking a second.
My last second.
Seconded by Stu. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
My last aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Just want to thank everyone for joining us tonight, and as always, you can contact the board going to our board website. Thanks.